Milwaukee situation in St. Louis yesterday, greasing the way for a Schwarber blast and a Cubs series win. The Brew Trip continues in Milwaukee on CSN. Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm, and we are indoors tonight. Miller Park, the site for Cubs baseball. First of a 3-game weekend set and the first of 19 between these two NL Central rivals. Great to have you with us, Jim Deshaies and Len Casper. So we're here in Milwaukee after about a week stay in St. Louis, but the Cubs won 2 of 3, and that's all that matters.
Nice win yesterday. Kyle Schwarber hit the big home run, 2 out of 3 against a club that figures to contend in the division. Different story here in Milwaukee. This is a rebuilding ball club. A lot of interesting young players on this team. The Cubs really dominating the season series against the Brewers for the most part over the last couple of years, but towards the end of last year, the Brewers did rise up a little bit. They're a team with a lot of team speed. They do hit the ball out of the ballpark a little bit. Here are the numbers. Cubs went 11-8 against the Brewers last year. They're the stolen base numbers I talked about. The Cubs don't run much. The Brewers run a lot. Jonathan Villar at the top of the order led Major League Baseball in stolen bases last year. They're already banged up. They got a couple of rotation pieces on the DL.
It'll be a Cubs debut tonight. Left-hander Brett Anderson will pitch for the visitors. Right-hander Jimmy Nelson, Cubs are very familiar with him, will go for Milwaukee. So the I-94 series continues. They've been going at it since 1997. Cubs and Brewers coming up from Milwaukee.
Up a 3-game weekend set, and this is your Miller Lite game report. It'll be the newest member of the Cubs rotation taking the bump tonight, Brett Anderson, and a few notes to help you get to know him a little better. 29-year-old lefty who was drafted in the 2nd round of 2006 to the Diamondbacks. He's got baseball in his blood. His father coached at the collegiate level for nearly 20 years, 10 of which were at Oklahoma State, and he had to decide whether to go be a Cowboy or sign that contract with the Diamondbacks, and you can see that's the direction he headed. has been hampered a bit with injuries over the past couple of seasons, making just 22 starts in 4 of his last 5 seasons, but is hoping things go a different direction here with the Cubs now under the guidance of both Mike Borzello and Chris Bosio. We're going to see Brett Anderson making his 2017 debut tonight against Jimmy Nelson. After a quick timeout, it'll be the Cubs and the Brewers. Game 1 as Lynn and JD will have first pitch after a quick timeout.
Day here in Milwaukee with the sunny skies, but you don't want to make people bundle up too much. If you've got a roof, they're going to use it. Panels closed as well. Cubs and Brewers in game 4 for the Cubs, game 5 for Milwaukee. The Brewers just got beaten 3 out of 4 by the Colorado Rockies. We had a long stay in St. Louis. The Cubs flew to Milwaukee after the game yesterday, and then part of the traveling party flew back home to Chicago to sleep in their own bed before heading up here to Wisconsin today.
Yeah, repack. Coming out of spring training, the trip to Houston, then on to St. Louis. Opportunity for those who wanted to get back to Chicago and regroup a little bit. The good news is, because of this roof, we're going to play baseball uninterrupted. We get into the flow, play every day the way this game is supposed to be played.
Absolutely. Jimmy Nelson will lead the Brewers onto the field. Let's get the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. A quote season high 6 runs yesterday to take the rubber match in St. Louis. Schwarber, Bryant, Rizzo. These are numbers from last year. Zobrist, Russell, Hayward in the middle. Wilson Contreras, the catcher. Brett Anderson, the pitcher. Lineup kind of looks like opening night, because it is. Javier Baez gets a start, hoping to get a lot of ground balls toward the middle.
Yeah, and same can be said for the Brewers, too. Their starting pitcher, Jimmy Nelson's a ground ball guy. We'll check in with the Brewers defensively. This is a team that made 136 errors last year, most in Major League Baseball. The outfield will be Braun, Perez, and Santana. Third to first will go newcomer Travis Shaw, who was acquired in a trade with the Red Sox. Orlando Arcia, very good at short. Jonathan Villar, he made 29 errors last year to pace Major League Baseball, if that's the right verbiage. Jesus Aguilar over a waiver claim from the Cleveland Indians. He'll play first. Manny Pena is the catcher, and the Lexus starting pitcher is the aforementioned right-hander Jimmy Nelson. Lexus experience amazing.
Amazing.
So, amazing. So here's what's amazing about Jimmy Nelson. He's right-handed. He's tall. He led Major League Baseball with 86 walks last year. He's got good stuff. Command was an issue, but when he's on his game, he can be awfully tough. Good sink, slider, curve, and a change.
That is Jeff Nelson. He's the crew chief back of the plate. Laz Diaz at first, Doug Eddings at second, and Jordan Baker is over at third.
That hardly seems fair. That Jimmy Nelson would be pitching and Jeff Nelson would be the home plate umpire.
That's a good point. I'm guessing, and I'm pretty sure they are not related. The leadoff man is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. If Kyle Schwarber gets a hit here, Binny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. And the game-winning home run yesterday. Nelson to the plate inside, and we are underway. Brewers shift a lot, and they have a pull shift on the infield against Schwarber. In the air to left. Braun hustling over near that tarp, the slide, and he can't quite get there. So 1-1 on Schwarber. Here's the big blast against the lefty Brett Cecil.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by Kyle Schwarber's plate appearances so far this year. I mean, he's got a real solid approach at the plate. Usually patient, but not always. He's willing to ambush if the pitcher challenges him.
1-1 on the way. Look out in the Cubs dugout. Jason Hayward got toppled over. I wouldn't say Jimmy Nelson's delivery is anything like Jake Arrieta's, but the way he starts is almost a carbon copy, right? That setup right there. Toes facing third base. Just a real small step.
Yeah, that's very Jake-like. And likely, you know, as I mentioned, he's had command issues in his career, so this is probably a byproduct of that, where they said, let's just really simplify things, get you pointed in the right direction, minimize the movement pre-delivery.
It'll be at least a 6-pitch plate appearance for Kyle to start the ball game. Here it is. 3-2. "65 degrees inside Miller Park."
Cubs have seen a lot of Nelson. He made 5 starts against them last year.
"3-2 is pulled to right, but foul. And Schwarber broke his bat. The Brewers have already 40% of their rotation on the disabled list. Former Cub Matt Garza through a simulated game for batting practice today. He's out with a strained groin in their opening day starter. Junior Guerra strained his right calf in the opening game of the season.
Yeah, they're talking maybe 4-6 weeks before he's back.
And he swings and misses. Ball popped out of the middle of Pena as he tags Schwarber for the out.
It's kind of ironic. Some catchers, the ball doesn't even pop off their chest protector, it just sticks to them. Other catchers, the ball pops out of their glove.
Speaking of that, MLB did look into the Yadier Molina chest protector situation yesterday and found no rules violations. Bryant in the air to right. It's deep. Santana back at the wall, and Bryant now 0 for 14 to start the season. That was close.
Yeah, just a matter of time before he breaks out. I knew he didn't get all of that one, but as strong as he is, sometimes he doesn't need to get it all to knock it out of the ballpark.
So I guess to simplify the Molina situation, possessing something like pine tar, sandpaper, whatever on your person, if you're not a pitcher, that is not a rules violation. If they find that you've done something to the ball, that's
right.
different.
Yeah. So he may put stickum of some sort on his chest protector just to enhance his own grip.
He wouldn't tell anybody.
Yeah, that the really interesting thing is, other than how just goofy this looks, is when he was asked, a reporter asked him after the ball game, do you put anything on your chest protector? And he said, that's a stupid question. I think, no, that's not a stupid question at all. That's the most obvious question for a guy who has a baseball stuck to his belly button.
It's probably the best question after what occurred yesterday. And that became a significant play as Matt Caesar was able to reach first base, and he scored on the 3-run homer by Schwarber. The 0-1 to Rizzo, and he was thinking about a bunt. Travis Shaw is basically playing short, and there's nobody else over there.
And with 2 outs and nobody on, the Brewers will give him that if he wants to push that bunt towards third base. Sir Anthony thinking, well, I'm just going to try to influence their thinking going forward. The bunt for Anthony is not a bad play in some situations, but generally with 2 outs and nobody on, you're looking for him to do some damage.
He's done a fair amount of damage in this ballpark. Has suited him well. He's got 13 career homers here at Miller Park. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, about 150 ABs, high batting average. He has not had a lot of success against Mr. Nelson here. 5 out of 26. It's a 192 batting average. One of those 5 hits a home run.
A lot of low batting averages in this Cubs lineup against Nelson.
Yeah, he's mostly pitched well. He's got about a 3.68 lifetime ERA against the Cubs, but he's got a 1-6 record. So run support's been an issue for him. Or perhaps defensive support too, with all the errors they committed last year.
2-2 hit on the ground into the shift, and VR will get him. So the Cubs go 1-2-3, a strikeout, a fly ball, and a ground out. Brett Anderson to make his Cub debut next. the majors in stolen bases by a wide margin last year, but just 11th in the NL in runs. VR 62 thefts to lead all of baseball. Santana, Braun, Travis Shaw, the newcomer, third. Jesus Aguilar had a huge spring training, and he's carried that on here into the regular season. Perez in center for Keon Broxton. Pena the catcher. Arcia the shortstop. Nelson the pitcher. Cornermen in against VR. Switch hitter takes ball one from Brett Anderson at VR. Really blew a tire as took out a big divot in right.
Yeah, that sod appears to be very loose.
Curve is in for a strike. 1-1 the count. Tell us about Brett Anderson.
Well, Brett Anderson, when healthy, is solid. Problem is he's had a hard time staying healthy throughout his career. 9 times he's been on the disabled list. When he's on his game, he is a ground ball machine for his career. 58% of the balls put in play have been on the ground. That's the 3rd highest among active pitchers. You see last year just a handful of appearances with the Dodgers. Had back surgery in March. Had a blister later on in the year. Put him on the DL. For his career, 38 wins, 43 losses, a 3.86 ERA. Debuted with the A's back in 2009. Was an 11-game winner as a rookie.
We'll get into the Keon Broxton situation later, but I just want to point out Jonathan VR wearing that what they call the C flap, worn by Jason Hayward and Javier Baez. That is becoming a very popular item around baseball. Broxton got hit in the face yesterday, but he was wearing that flap, and it probably kept him off the disabled list. And it used to be, and in Hayward's case and Giancarlo Stanton's situation, you wear that after you get hit. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. But now guys are starting to wear this extra protection to guard their face just because they're seeing all these guys get hit. Yes, some nasal fractures, but Broxton is available off the bench tonight. Isn't that amazing?
That is amazing. Yeah, and as long as that extra protection doesn't impact your vision, and obviously for these guys it does not, why not wear it?
My guess would be you take a bunch of batting practice, you wear it, it feels weird for a week or so, and then it's like a seat belt, right? You feel naked without it. You just kind of get used to it. Domingo Santana with a roller to short. That's Addison Russell. And I would imagine, JD, Russell's going to be pretty busy this year behind Brett Anderson.
Yeah, I think that's the game plan. Attack, keep the ball down, get ground balls. That's what he does. Trust his solid infield defense. We'll take a look at the entire defense for you. Schwarber left. It looks like we're going to see a little more of Hayward in center than maybe we anticipated. This is his 2nd start out there already this year. Ben Zobrist plays right. So you get the hands team on the infield with Bryant, Russell, Baez, and Rizzo. Wilson Contreras is behind the plate.
Now Ryan Braun with 2 outs.
This is Anderson's first ever start in this ballpark. It's his 2nd career start against the Brewers. Faced them at Dodger Stadium in 2015.
Ryan Braun is the all-time Brewer leader in home runs with 286. He's in the top 5 in just about every other offensive category. And they've had some really good offensive players in the history of this franchise. I'm guessing he's passed Robin Yount on a few of those boards, and probably Paul Molitor as well.
6 RBI to tie Cecil Cooper for 2nd on the all-time franchise RBI list.
.33 years old.
really good the other way.
Right on cue, he goes the other way.
Well, he's really good, period, but we've seen him do a lot of damage in that right center alley. One of those guys you can't pitch one way. You've got to move the ball in and out on him. Just doesn't have many weaknesses.
Good base runner. And remember, he was an infielder originally. They put him in the outfield and has become a pretty good outfielder as well.
He batted .344 against left-handed pitching last year. Anderson gets real good movement on that two-seam fastball. Be a good ground ball pitch for him. He also throws a slider, curve, and a change. He's taking liberties.
Yeah, he's got a lace of a shoe on that back line as he draws the walk. I mentioned it when we gave you the lineup. The Brewers do like to run.
Yeah, Braun stole 16 bags last year. 16 out of 21.
There he is, Craig Counsell. Following his first full season as their manager, got a 3-year extension over the winter, so he is locked in through 2020. Milwaukee native. And I know he is thrilled about being able to raise his young family here in his hometown. And if you're a big league manager, JD, that is not always an option. You could do it for part of the year, but for Craig Counsell, year round.
Yeah, that's pretty handy.
This is Travis Shaw, who came over from the Red Sox.
Last year, Shaw's first full year in the big leagues. He had 16 home runs, drove in 71.
That's where Anderson wants to miss if he does. Down and out of the zone. 2-0. Shaw has 5 hits so far this year. They're all extra base hits, 4 doubles and a homer. Hit hard on the ground. Backhanded play in the grass by Baez. 2-out walk, no runs after an inning from Milwaukee. We are scoreless. CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. Ben Zobrist in right, hitting cleanup this evening, and looks at a strike from Jimmy Nelson. Then 1 out of 8 with a walk and a run. Committed a big error playing second base yesterday, but he cracks one to right tonight. Gone! His first homer of the year. 1-0 Cubs in the second.
'18 home runs for Zobrist last year, and the most he had hit since 2012. He was 1 out of 8 in the series in St. Louis, and a great start here in Milwaukee. Know what this is? It's your Ford home run replay. Belt high, bye-bye.
His 146th career homer. Hit 18 last year. And the 0-1 to Russell, swing and a miss.
A little slider there. Nelson, a couple years back, added the curveball. That made him more effective. I mean, the tools are there for Nelson. He's got good stuff. Again, command is an issue. Sometimes that manifests itself in walks. Other times it's mistakes over the plate. They get hit hard.
Addison had kind of an odd statistical line yesterday. 0 for 5 with 2 RBIs. Knocked in runs on groundouts. In the air, shallow center. Hernan Perez makes the catch.
Following the Cubs' historic World Series championship season, there is tremendous excitement leading up to the home opener. Show your support of Cubs baseball from the beginning. April and May weekday games offer fans the best availability to get the seats you want. Get your tickets now at Cubs.com.
Jason Hayward, 4 hits to lead the team early. And the 1-0 pitch is a strike. Nelson, born in Klamath Falls, Oregon. Went to high school in Niceville, Florida. Second round pick out of the University of Alabama back in 2010. He hits a lot of guys.
What, 17 of them last year.
Yeah, he has led the majors in hit batters each of the last 2 seasons, and also walked more batters than anybody in the game last year. Bounced the other way, backhanded, knocked down by Shaw, no play, and Hayward is on.
Not an easy play, but a play that Shaw probably should have been able to make.
The official score, I believe, is Tim O'Driscoll tonight. Still contemplating.
No doubt. Looking at replays.
It is an error. They were not a very good defensive team last year. As Pena will head to the mound.
You know, they were kind of interesting in that, you know, they have a lot of good athletes. They covered a lot of ground, but they kicked the ball around a lot. VR in particular. He's one of those guys could do some amazing things on the field, dazzle you both offensively and with his glove work at times. but he makes a lot of mistakes, whether they're physical errors or base running mistakes.
One strike on the Cubs catcher Wilson Contreras. There goes Hayward. Hit and run time as Contreras swung late and fouled away.
And Cubs won't run much, but they might take a couple of shots against Nelson. He did not do a good job controlling the running game last year. There were 30 steals against him in 37 tries. Yeah, I think that was straight steal, and Contreras just happened to be swinging.
Just got in. He was leaning. Really close. Did Aguilar tag
I don't know. Yeah, I think he did, but by the time he did, the hand was on the bag. Just another way those long arms pay off.
The Javier Baez tag efficiency, 74%. Right?
Yeah.
They should have that as a new analytic.
What makes Baez so good? One, he's really quick. And two, he lets the ball travel. Instead of reaching out to catch it and then bringing it back to apply the tag, he lets the ball carry all the way to the base.
Hayward not running, and Contreras fouls again.
Now, this was the theme all last year, and likely will be again this year. Starting pitchers having a hard time pitching deep into games because of the nature of this Cub lineup. All the pitches they see, the tough at bats. We saw it in that series in St. Louis. Remember last year early on, it seemed like every night they were getting the opposing starting pitcher out of their 4 2/3 innings.
Good fastball to get Contreras. That'll leave it up to the pitcher Anderson in the 8th spot. Career 088 hitter. By the way, I want to apologize to Corey Blazer and his entire family. We had Jordan Baker on our lineup sheet as the third base umpire, but in fact, it is Corey Blazer. Which actually reminds me of a personal story, and I hope I can tell it quickly. I was not a very good basketball player. I sat the bench, but it was my maybe junior year. District playoff game. I somehow got in the starting lineup. I scored 2 points. I heard a radio call someone recorded. They didn't know who I was. They didn't have me like on a roster.
Oh, no.
And like at the end of the game, they finally said, "Oh, hey, that's Len Casper, starting for the Shepherd Blue Jays." So Corey, I know how you feel. Now, if
your high school games are on the radio?
Well, that one was.
Oh, because of district playoff game.
If he blows a call at third tonight, he's going to want us to call him Jordan Baker. Anderson strikes out, and that will end the inning. Ben Zobrist with a leadoff home run. And the Cubs have an early lead here in Milwaukee. It's 1-0.
Sports Crate is a monthly subscription box full of original Cubs merchandise you can't get anywhere else. Open your crate and you could win once-in-a-lifetime experiences. Subscriptions are selling fast. Join now at sportscrate.com. That's a neat idea.
Ben Zobrist, go-ahead home run. Last year's World Series MVP. I was going to say during his at-bat, he made the critical error that led to technically one unearned run, but probably all three because it should have been a double play. But you love to win games when you have rare defensive mistakes. This is a very good defensive club, and they were able to overcome that error and the error by Pedro Strop later. Aguilar, the first baseman, bounces to Bryant. Because I don't expect the Cubs to make a lot of mistakes like they did yesterday defensively. But it's a long season. It'll happen.
Yeah, there'll be games, yep. And the hope is that other facets of the game are able to cover up those mistakes. John Lackey hung in there, battled after that 3-run inning, ended up earning himself a W.
Hernan Perez, a really interesting super utility guy, could play a lot of different spots. He had a really good year last year. He's versatile, he's fast, and he's only 26.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I like his game. He's developing some power. You mentioned the speed. He stole 34 bags last year. He's added outfield to his resume. He had been an infielder exclusively prior to last year.
And he just lined out to Baez.
Yes, it was knuckling apparently. Times when a guy really squares one up, that's what it'll do. It's like Javi's playing charades out there.
Now the catcher, Manny Pena. 2 for 6 so far on the season. Jet Bandy, the other catcher on their active roster. Pena came up last year when Jonathan Lucroy was traded to Texas. Not a prospect. He's 29. Previous Major League time in Kansas City. He signed with the Rangers way back in 2004. Drives one the other way. Zobrist is back on it. He can't make the catch. Pena on his way to second. He's got a 2-out double, and that's the Brewers' first hit tonight.
Couple good swings in this inning, though. Perez hit his ball very sharply. Now Pena showing some pretty good pop to right field. Leans into this one, turns Zobrist around, and ends up on second base. Got a little hitch in his giddy up there going around first base.
Orlando Arcia, the shortstop, knocked down by Contreras.
So certainly Anderson in a position here where he doesn't have to give in to Arcia with the base open and the pitcher on deck. But this early in the ball game, most pitchers would prefer to go after the 8-hole hitter and then have the pitcher leading off the next frame.
Arcia pops it up. Rizzo out along with Baez and Zobrist in. It'll be the second baseman to make the catch. Cub fan gets a souvenir, and the Brewers done in the second. They get a 2-out double from Pena. No runs. Cubs 1, Milwaukee 0.
Milwaukee. This is your Miller Lite game report. We're going to get to see Kyle Schwarber once again, a guy who in St. Louis, 22 pitches he took in 5 plate appearances. He's already taken 8 in his first at-bat tonight. And this is exactly what Madden had in mind when he had Kyle Schwarber leading off, taking a lot of pitches. He said, because let's be honest, behind the MVP, he's getting walked. Behind Rizzo, he's not going to see any pitches. And this is a way that he said you have to protect a guy with that kind of power, you guys. And so we're seeing this all play out exactly how Madden had hoped. And he said, you know, when you send a lineup card across to the other side, hey, puts a lot of fear in the guy that has to face Schwarber, Bryant, and then Rizzo.
And he's coming up with a lot of guys on base. That's good to see as well, as Baez will try to get on for Schwarber, who's on deck. And Javi will probably be in the lineup again tomorrow night with Kyle Hendricks on the mound. 2 balls, no strikes. 1 for 8 with an RBI in St. Louis.
Pull out the driver.
He did. Nelson's 2-1 is bounced foul.
Hey, some of our dots are blue and some of them are red on our Toyota pitch tracks.
Oh, I thought you had more to add.
No, I don't know what that means. Wants it down.
So the blue must be the fastball as he strikes out Baez. So that's 3 straight strikeouts.
So probably blue is heater and red is anything non-heater. Breaking pitch, off-speed pitch, change-up. Hey, it's early in the season, folks. We're just getting this all sorted out.
We're all learning together.
This is not a big part of Jimmy Nelson's game to strike out, but he's got it rolling here. 4 already tonight, 3 in a row.
Loved after the game yesterday, Schwarber's teammates were celebrating the fact that he got through game 3 healthy. Gallows humor that happens in a big league clubhouse. He blew out his knee last year in the Cubs' 3rd game of the season. Two. Wow.
This dude's on fire. 96.
4 in a row. 5 overall.
Yeah, and he's not really necessarily hitting his spots. You see Pena wanted that ball way up.
Yeah, that's not a great 0-2 pitch with his.
Just, you know, he's looking for, so the catcher Pena, he's thinking swing and miss. He's trying to throw an elevated fastball to get a chase.
Bryant hit one to the track in right in his first at bat. Still hitless though.
We have stuff and not command. You know, there are some nights where you can get away with it for a while, and then as you know, the hitters get more looks at you, get you timed up a little bit better, start to recognize the breaking ball. If you haven't found that command yet, they're going to get you. And there's another hit by pitch. And by another, I mean, we referenced the fact that he led the league in that department last year. That's number 1 here tonight.
31 over the last 2 seasons plus now. And Bryant gets hit a fair amount. That is the 28th time he's been hit in 310 major league games.
You see the two-seam fastball grip. That's going to create that running action. More than Nelson wanted and more than Chris would have preferred.
Rizzo 0 for 1. Takes low.
Bryant a threat to run. I'm guessing he'd be more likely to do it if Anthony were to fall behind in the count. Okay, so our changeup is yellow. We're figuring this out. Sinker down and then changeup finds the zone. We'll try another sinker here.
We're not a week into the season, and everybody in the National League has at least one win. Pirates won their home opener today. There were snow flurries at PNC Park as they beat the Braves 5-4. Runner goes. Pitches a strike. Throw is high and late.
Well, we talked about it all last year, the multifaceted dimension of Chris Bryant's game. Does it all.
That is the Cubs' first stolen base and officially their first attempt. Even though we saw Hayward running earlier, but the ball was fouled away. Three and two. The guy who homered is on deck.
If you had Rich Hill in the Whit Dodger pitcher would be the first to go on the disabled list this year, you're a winner.
Blister, right?
Yep.
He will not pitch Monday at Wrigley. Ball four.
Edwin Jackson's baseball odyssey continues. He has signed a minor league deal with the Baltimore Orioles.
Two on, two down. Cubs lead 1-0 here in the third.
I believe it'll be the 12th different major league team he will have pitched for if he ends up in the big leagues with Baltimore.
You mentioned the Dodgers. They lost to the Rockies. Colorado's home opener 2-1. Not a very Coors-like final score. Rockies are 4-1. Left-hander Kyle Freeland won his major league debut. Pitch to Zobrist. Low and in. Boy, this lineup. You referenced it early. Chasing starting pitchers out of the game early last year, just like they smell blood in the water, right? The starter can't find the strike zone. They really tighten the screws. I've come up with another analogy, but I think you get the point. 2 balls, no strikes.
Yeah, well, there's a couple things at play. One, there's a lot of these guys are very patient, disciplined hitters, and two, they're dangerous, so pitchers tend to nibble. But again, that's why Schwarber is such a good fit at the top of the order. Kelly referenced it earlier. He brings that ability to do damage to the top spot in the batting order. Right from the get-go, pitcher's on his heels a little bit as he contemplates that trifecta of Schwarber, Bryant, and Rizzo to start the ball game.
Braun coming over near the line. He's got it. Side retired. Cubs lead 2. A hit batter and a walk. No runs. Still 1-0 in the third. And we are excited about getting back to Wrigley Field as renovations have continued. The bullpens have moved. They will be under the Budweiser bleachers to provide better and safer accommodations for the players. And there will be new seats added to the club box and bullpen box areas as a result. So not quite sure how large the opening will be for the relievers to watch the action, but we'll find all that out Monday night against the Dodgers. It's 3-0 on the pitcher, Jimmy Nelson.
The old, whatever you do, don't walk them. That 3-0 pitch right there is not easy to throw. It just gets in your head. You got all these negative thoughts swirling.
Those numbers don't scream I've got problems. After Brett Anderson, go right at him, and he's back in at 3-2. Brett, like a lot of sinker ballers, works quickly. As Kelly mentioned, a coach's son growing up. Baez will charge, and he's got time to get Nelson.
Introducing the Cubs' new instant mobile ticketing offer. The MLB.com ballpark app is your free, secure, and convenient way to instantly access Cub tickets via your mobile device. Download the app at the App Store or Google Play and begin using Ballpark today. For more information, visit Cubs.com/ballpark app.
Hey, I forgot to mention, or I didn't mention, I read on, Kyle Freeland, the Rockies lefty who won his major league debut. As VR takes a strike. First starting pitcher to make his debut in his team's home opener in his native state. Hit pretty well and caught by Hayward since 1966. So he's from Denver. So that was a pretty nice day for Freeland.
Yeah.
Did you get all of those qualifications?
Opening day, home opener.
Starting pitcher, home opener,
home state. That's that. And it's his major league debut. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we forgot that. Yeah. Curve catches the outside on Domingo Santana. Only played about half the year last year due to a couple of DL stints, right shoulder and elbow injuries. 6'5", 230.
Yeah, a toolsy guy, power, speed, big arm in the outfield. Still waiting for him to put it all together. He was originally a Philly farm hand, then moved along to the Astros, and then traded from Houston to Milwaukee.
Ouch. Backswing got Contreras.
Real nice changeup there by Anderson. Had Santana way out in front, then the big long finish. It's a piece of Wilson.
Did he execute in that sequence? So Santana not sure, but Anderson goes quickly. 1, 2, 3 in the third. 1-0 Cubs. Fire. What will Schweinsteiger do next tomorrow on CSN Plus? Don't miss the Fire as they host the Columbus Crew SC. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Chicago Fire pregame. Addison Russell to start the Cubs fourth, and strike one on the outside corner. Fly to center in the second. 1 run in the game. Leadoff homer by Zobrist in that second. Deep breath by the big right-hander. And a ground ball to the shortstop. Arcia charges, and a good throw to get him.
Arcia just 22 years of age. Good looking young player.
Told you earlier, Kyle Hendricks will make his season debut tomorrow. Left-hander Tommy Milone jumps into the Milwaukee rotation for the injured Junior Guerra. And then Sunday's matchup, getaway day, Jake Arrieta and Zach Davies. Fouled away by Hayward. And we're on CSN Plus. Pre-game coverage beginning at 5:30. That 2.13 led the major leagues.
Malone, soft tossing lefty, good changeup.
Talked to Joe about the makeup of this roster currently. 12 pitchers and an extra position player. And he says he likes it. And we talked the other day. It makes a lot of sense with all the off days to not overdo it with the bullpen. Well, that ball was scorched on the ground, and Arcia was late getting to it, and he wasn't that far away from it.
Well, you just don't see left-handed hitters hit the ball on the ground in that direction very often. So oftentimes you see infielders on that side a little bit surprised. It happened last time on a slow ground ball. And Shaw tried to backhand and misplayed to go for an error off the bat of Jason Hayward. This time the ball really sharply hit. You see one of those kids figures he should catch everything. He's got his lunch out there with him.
Contreras struck out swinging his first time up. Long pause by Nelson before the throw. So finish up the point. Joe said the only problem I'm having is just finding a way to get starts for Caesar and La Stella. Said they've been able to get at bats, but that's the one challenge, having that extra bench player. And what hurts those two guys is all the defensive versatility of the rest of the roster. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, and the fact that we haven't really settled into the groove of playing every single day. So, you know, a lot of times you got a stretch of games. You're willing to sit some of your regulars to give your bench guys a start. But when you're playing as sporadically as the Cubs have here in the early going, you want to make sure your everyday guys are getting regular at bats.
We appreciate Tommy and Matt sitting together for the purpose of our conversation. Thanks, guys. There goes Hayward. The throw beats him.
A good throw by Pena. You can tell Hayward was runnerish over there at first base. So asking for a little time to contemplate a challenge.
Probably not worth challenging this early, and
I don't think they've seen enough there to overturn it.
close, but the call was correct by Doug Eddings.
Dougie's having a good year. Off to a great start.
He's already 0.7 calls above replacement. Carr.
Yeah, I wonder if umpires get together and talk about advanced umpiring metrics in the offseason. What was your overturn rate? Just 11%. Top third of the league.
At the limit, 3-2. Nelson does not have to give in with light hitting Anderson on deck. And a base hit.
Well, that's a good swing of the bat there by Contreras. Gets himself a knock, and if nothing else, just clears the pitcher spot in the batting order. Brett fails to reach. They'll have Baez leading off the next inning. He mentioned his dad last time that Anderson was up. He was the head coach at Oklahoma State for a number of years. Now he's an assistant at the University of Houston. I can relate to that swing right there. This looks very familiar.
It's a no-lose proposition, though, because Brett can just say, I'm paid to pitch. Right? Is that what you always said?
Yeah, kind of.
Hey, they pay me to pitch, not to hit, okay? Reporters asking silly questions about why I'm batting .070.
It's a hard .070.
And that's it for the Cubs in the fourth. That's the sixth strikeout for Nelson, but he's down 1-0.
This Wednesday, April 12th, the Cubs take on the Dodgers. First pitch 7:05, and up to the first 30,000 early arriving fans will receive a replica championship banner presented by MasterCard. For ticket information, visit Cubs.com.
Braun, Shaw, and Aguilar against Brett Anderson. Been solid in his first 3 innings of work. we go. First pitch, bouncer to Russell. He's got it.
Hey, so Ryan Brown in spring training, he took a lot of heat because he said the perfect spring training at bat is a one-pitch line out. This is a one-pitch ground out, and that's exactly what Anderson's looking for. The little sinker, just start middle away, just tail down a little bit. Got a dangerous hitter who's trying to pull the ball and inflict damage, gets him to roll over a little bit. Dangerous hitter dismissed quickly.
Lefty-lefty matchup against Travis Shaw. Came over in the Tyler Thornburg trade with Boston. Curve is high. Shaw, it sounds familiar, right? Jeff Shaw is his dad. Former longtime major league pitcher, Jeff Shaw.
Yeah, made an all-star team or two, I believe. In Cincinnati.
Travis Shaw last year had 4 games of at least 5 RBIs, tied for the most in the majors. That one drops in for a strike. His former team had a wild game in Detroit today.
What happened?
Bullpens gave it up. Red Sox scored 5 in the 8th. Tigers came back with 2 in the bottom of the 8th for a 6-5 win in their home opener. Apparently the flu is going through the Red Sox clubhouse. So Detroit was up 4-0 into the 8th in their home opener. They gave up 5. And had to score twice in the bottom of the inning. Here's the 3-2. We'll try it again. Is it just me, or bullpen's been generally bad? Or
well, I know
been a lot of blown
the
leads.
Rangers have given up some leads to Cleveland.
Kansas City's had some issues. Backhanded play, Bryant. Rizzo stayed on the base. Ground ball to fill in the blank. Why don't we record that when he's pitching?
Yeah, it's a very efficient way to pitch. Stay away from deep counts and challenge the strike zone. Rely on location and movement.
Aguilar in there for Eric Thames, who is a left-handed batter.
So I think Anderson's the kind of guy you might want to throw a couple of lefties into your lineup against, just to get him out of his game a little bit.
So Aguilar hit .452 with 7 homers in spring training, and started this season 5 for 7. So sometimes the spring numbers don't translate, but in his case it has. Led the AAA International League last year with 30 home runs. Got him on waivers from Cleveland in February. Their payroll is second lowest in all of baseball, and you know, I do see some parallels to what the Cubs did, JD. You know, 2013, 2014. And Thames and Aguilar kind of remind you of the Brian LaHare. You know, bring a guy in who can give you some offense. You don't have to pay him a ton.
Yeah, just try to.
As they're in their rebuild, they're kind of holding the fort for the next wave.
Don't write a big check to a big time free agent just to make a 65 team win team a 75 win team.
Hayward will cut that off and keep Aguilar to a single.
I think the Brewers are still in that period of discovery where they're trying to figure out what they have. With some of these, not a kid like Garcia, he's got a real high ceiling. I think they feel really good about him. But guys like Broxton and Santana, VR to a certain extent, he's 25-ish. He's not a kid anymore. Who are going to be those core pieces that they go forward with?
Strike called on Perez. My first sartorial comment of the season, first of many, is that should be their main home uniform, right?
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you.
That's the iconic Brewer look. We'll see Davies Sunday. Mentioned Arcia. He was their top prospect last year. And VR reportedly said wasn't really interested in talking contract extension before the season to buy up his arbitration years. There's Broxton. He's able to smile a day after getting beaned. Fortunate to not have to go on the disabled list. And again, we're told he is available off the bench tonight. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 2 hits allowed through 4 as Anderson has a 1-0 lead. Fee loan now at eclicklending.com. eClick is located right here in Chicagoland and rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. eClick Lending. Boom! Your mortgage just happened. I'm working into it. Getting there.
Got a little John Madden going.
You kind of have to, right? Yeah. Russ McGonigal, big Cub fan in Atlanta, watching us tonight. Cubs had a 1-0 lead.
McGonigal?
Yeah.
Isn't that a Harry Potter
Don't
character?
know. You are not
in your wheelhouse.
Speaking my language. With all due respect to Harry Potter. Strike called on Baez. Looked like a generous strike call from Jeff Nelson.
I'll say. Oh,
0-2. Good to have Connor Bash hanging with us tonight. Student at best college in the country, Marquette University. That is a tough at bat.
Yeah.
And 2 of them should not have been strikes.
One was borderline and really wasn't a quality pitch. The other 2 were off the outside corner. Baez has worked hard to try to tighten his game up, force pitchers into the strike zone. Just gets abused more so by the Nelson behind the plate than the Nelson on the mound. The full Nelson.
But if you're Jimmy and Jeff's going to give you that call, you're going to going right back out there.
Be crazy not to. Strikeout night for Nelson so far. He's got 70. He's gotten Kyle Schwarber both times so far.
One fouled to the net. Nelson nods in agreement.
There again.
Yeah.
Anytime Pena asks for that elevated fastball, it seems like Nelson's not able to make the pitch.
Remember the last time Schwarber was up, he took one almost right down the middle for strike 3. And that was a pitch Pena wanted elevated.
And that's why the conversation.
Oof. Yeah.
Hey, dude. He may have gone out there and said, look, if you don't want to throw that pitch, let's not try to throw it. If you don't feel comfortable trying to elevate that fastball in that situation, let me know and we'll go to plan B. Maybe a backdoor breaking ball or a changeup or something. We'll try to get him to bounce a breaking pitch. Most pitchers, have their strengths in terms of their misses. Some guys could consistently throw that high fastball up around the letters to try to get the chase. Other guys, they're more comfortable trying to bury that breaking ball down in the dirt.
Well, that's an excellent point. Mike Borzello talking about, I think it was Wilson Contreras. We were chatting last year, and he said the one thing for a catcher, new catcher, is to learn pitchers' misses, to anticipate if this guy misses, this is generally where it's going to go. So you're absolutely right.
And I was one. I could throw the high ball. I couldn't bounce the breaking ball. I used to try it in the bullpen. I just couldn't throw it down there.
I believe that's Arcia, the shortstop, on the other side of the bag. And it is.
So that's a 6 qua 4-3 put out.
All right, I'll just say I think Bryant's first hit of the year will be a home run. I'm not saying he's going to homer right now.
It'll be straightaway center field off the batter's eye.
Well, you're getting really specific. Oh, hit the bag. Long throw. Safe.
I'll say his first hit of the year will be an infield hit.
You're right.
Off the third base bag.
Don't make bets based on my predictions, folks. He'll gladly take it.
Yeah, and he's pushing hard. Looking for that first knock of the year. He'll find a little something extra going down the line, but that's his game. He plays hard all the time. Nice play by Shaw, having to make the adjustment after that ball hit the bag.
Believe me, there's some relief for Chris. Not that he was going to go 0 for 70, but nobody, especially an MVP, doesn't like to.
Well, it's the start of the year, right? If you go through like an 0 for 10 or 0 for 12 stretch in June, no biggie. But when it's your entire body of work to this point in the season, it starts to gnaw at you a little bit.
He had been 0 for 14 before that hit.
I wonder what the longest 0 for drought is to start a season.
I think Craig Counsell has it.
Didn't Counsell? He did have it.
I think it was 0 for 45. Is that why you asked?
Well, there's just something flashed across my tiny brain.
I'll find it. Braun tracking. 2 hands on it. We go to the last of the 5th. Still 1-0 Cubs on the Zobrist homer in the 2nd.
The first ever industry night presented by Jim Beam. Restaurateurs, baristas, and concierges are encouraged to buy specially priced tickets for that night's game to receive a wooden coaster with a built-in bottle opener presented by Jim Beam. For tickets, visit Cubs.com/community nights.
So Craig Counsell had an 0 for 45, but it was not to begin a season.
Could have been. Maybe a shade low. A little mask wearing union there.
So the 0 for 45 is a single season mark. Eugenio Velez holds the all-time stretch of futility 0 for 46 over a couple of seasons. Pena grounds out. But to start a season, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Craig Counsell was a big part of 2 Game 7 World Series rallies. Actually, maybe 3, right? The Marlins, wasn't he part of the game tire and then the game winner?
I don't know. I just know he scored the winning run.
Yeah. Arizona 2001 as well. 1 ball, no strikes on Orlando Arcia. Hopped up, no room for Rizzo. You can follow Patrick Mooney, our Cubs insider, at CSNChicago.com, presented by nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. Go to jeffvuk.com or follow him on social media. Nationwide is on your side. Drilled into center for a base hit. That is the third hit for Milwaukee and the first hit they've had with fewer than 2 outs. It's former Pirate Jared Hughes, recently added to the roster.
A speedy guy. He was 8 for 8 stolen bases last year with the Brewers. Cubs anticipate bunt. So Rizzo stays on the bag. Baez, the second baseman. Well, you see it there. He's way in.
Wow. Go to first, not in time. Saw Joe do this last year a fair amount. He occasionally had Rizzo off the bag, and he put Ben Zobrist, the second baseman, at first. He had this controversy about what sort of glove you could wear.
This is disconcerting for Nelson, and it may be for Anderson as well. When you're pitching and you got it in the corner of your eye and you see your second baseman between you and home plate, it'll freak you out a little bit. I think Nelson has no choice here but to pull it back and try to slash it by hobby. Anderson's mission throw strike. There you go.
Called strike 3.
Well, you know, that's just the pressure they put on him. He didn't know what to do. Do I bunt? Do I swing? Try to slug bunt? That's not the worst case scenario from the Brewers' point of view. If he bunts that ball, there's a pretty good chance it's going to turn into a double play.
VR 0 for 2, a strikeout and a warning track fly. Swing and a miss.
We talked about VR speed. He's got pop too. He had 19 home runs last year at a 285.
He was a third baseman growing up in the Dominican. Moved to shortstop at the urging of his mother, Rosa, who also was a shortstop playing softball. She now lives in Italy, by the way. And he is now a second baseman. Anderson's one-strike pitch bounced softly to Baez, who will pick it up. And the runner is out because he went out of the baseline trying to elude the tag. So Arcia is out for unassisted. And that'll end the inning. Baez thought, well, he's right here. I might as well get him. 1-0 Cubs as we go to the 6th. A moment powered by Xfinity. September 16th, Cubs had already won the division, but just a nice capper. Miguel Montero to beat the Brewers. Walk-off home run. And time to celebrate.
Well, so it's like they're playing rugby there.
Yeah, that was the first of what, 4 huge celebrations? Division clincher, Giants series, the pennant, and then the World Series. Cubs got really good at celebrating, didn't they?
And then they had a big parade.
And then the parade. Cubs lead this game because of Ben Zobrist, 1-0 on his second inning leadoff homer. I haven't counted, but I'm guessing the Brewers have had the 3 infielders on one side of second shift on maybe what, 6 Cubs at least?
Probably, yeah.
Schwarber, Bryant, Rizzo, Zobrist, Baez, Russell's next. 3-1. And here it is. Ball 4.
Yeah, and then we'll go ahead and shift here for Russell as well.
Do you think over the course of 5 to 10 years that most major league hitters will adjust to the shifting? I know there were stories about Mike Moustakas a couple of years ago, looking at his spray charts, tried to change his style of hitting to beat that shift.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on what you give up. If you're giving up slugging just to be able to push the ball through the infield on the other side, I think there are a lot of guys that are not going to do that. I think it depends on the type of hitter you are. If you're not a power guy and your game is you spray the ball around, and you're going to find a way to try to hit it on the ground the other way, exploit some of those holes. But in all likelihood, if you're that kind of a hitter, you're not going to be shifting like that.
That would be a ball. . 2
So walking a balk here in the 6th. The Cubs looking to play a little add-on now.
I love the second effort.
Yeah,
Maybe they
like,
won't
I didn't
notice.
Stop. I don't know why he didn't throw it initially. Just didn't have the grip.
So a runner at second. One strike pitch to Russell. Zobrist has to go back to second. Madison is 0 for 3. One out for Hayward. Hey, did you see this Phil Regan story?
No.
So
The Vulture?
Yeah, the former Cub pitcher and pitching coach turned 80 yesterday, and he was going to throw batting practice in the Mets minor league system, and the Mets caught wind of it and said, why don't you fly to New York instead? So he threw some BP today.
I read where he was throwing
80.
BP in spring training. Yeah.
That is cool.
He's like George Bush Sr. He was jumping out of airplanes when he was 80.
I guess he's semi-retired and was going to throw BP for the St. Lucie Mets. The big league team said, do it for us instead. High fly ball out toward Braun for the second out. Justin Grimm getting ready to throw.
Tommy La Stella with a bat out on deck to hit for Anderson.
Contreras cuts and misses. Did I hear this right? The hot dog is 4-0.
Wow.
To start the season.
That's probably a record. Back.
Our crew wants to know how the rest of the sausages are going to catch up.
I'm not even going to touch that. They should be stretching their hamstrings out there and standing around. Seen a lot of sliders tonight, has Contreras.
Ooh, ouch. Wilson, don't hurt yourself.
Was it Bobby Bonilla used to do that all the time?
I was trying to think of the guy who did that a lot. Called strike 3. I tell you what, it may have gotten Zobrist with that throw, but as Ben was saying, it's strike 3 anyway, so it doesn't matter. Still 1-0 Cubs. Tight ball game here in Milwaukee in the 6th. On the road, guided tours of legendary Wrigley Field are available. Tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, as well as a chance to actually step on the field. This must-see Chicago attraction houses over 100 years of history. Book your tour at Cubs.com/tours today. Meek swing by Santana as Anderson gets another inning. Ripped to short, caught by Russell. More looks at the renovations continuing at Wrigley Field. The playing surface being installed.
That guy can rake. Look at that guy.
Braun takes ball one. Some boo birds, but a lot of Cub fans here, as is normally the case.
Staying away with precision. We've talked about Braun's ability to hit the ball the other way and how you can't really pitch him one way. Well, you can if you're really precise. If you're knee high off that outside edge, he might poke a single the other way, but he's not going to do a lot of damage on that particular pitch. Friendly zone there for Anderson.
Slicing drive to right. Zobrist has it. It is a regular season finale you won't want to miss. Tomorrow on CSN, Hawks face the Kings. You could say their last regular season game, but I would rather say Stanley Cup playoff tune-up, right? Coverage starts at 4:30 on CSN. The Chevy Blackhawks pregame live or stream live on the NBC Sports app. Because, JD, there is only one cup.
Only one.
You watch a lot of hockey. Do you have a team in the West that you think is the biggest threat?
No, I watched the. Cut this ball off before anything bad happens.
First single among Shaw's 6 hits.
Anderson due to lead off the top half of the inning, so this will be it. Good swings at him here in this inning. A couple sharply hit balls for outs, and now this single. No, I watch the Hawks all the time this year. It just seems to me like everybody's good. It seems like every game I watch, you know, it's a 1-goal game. It's a.
No, I think they're the best team in the West. One team I guess I'm watching in the West. The Edmonton Oilers, because of Connor McDavid. He's
pretty
really
slick.
good. Aguilar takes low. Contreras pounces on it. I would love to be Wilson Contreras for a day and just, I would say, remember what it's like to have that energy, but I don't know if I've ever had that much energy. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Seeing a lot of spin.
Runner goes and Aguilar fouls.
asked Joe before the game about Anderson with his injury history. I said, got restrictions on him? He said, no, all systems go. Just go pitch.
Shaw takes off. Contreras with an off-balance throw. Couldn't get a lot on it, but he almost got him. So that would be a wild pitch.
Yeah, that's a throw most catchers don't even try.
Did you see Baez, what he did after?
I did not.
I don't know if we can get another look, but I think he looked at Joe Madden and said, no, he was safe. Watch. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Pretty good take there.
Well, big spot here for Anderson. Brewers probably an outfield single away from tying the game. And Anderson knowing that this is probably the end of the road for him tonight. 3-2 into right. Shaw around third. Zobrist up with it. Throw to the plate. Not in time, and we are tied. So that wild pitch comes back to bite Brett Anderson. 1-1.
Aguilar saw a lot of breaking pitches in this sequence. Most of them were down in good spots. This one's elevated. There's a mistake breaking pitch from Anderson. Sometimes you got a hitter up there that you feel like is sitting dead red, and you feel like any spin will do, any kind of breaking ball will get the job done. But when it flattens out like that, stays in the zone, oftentimes bad things happen.
I tell you, Aguilar should have been at second. It looked to me like he was watching the play out of the box, and when that throw went through, that's a break for the Cubs. He's kind of right here. He's watching
it develop.
So pitching change. Anderson will leave in a 1-1 tie. We'll be right back.
July 17th with special guest Bonnie Raitt. Don't miss your chance to see this Rock and Roll Hall of Famer. Tickets are available now at Cubs.com/James Taylor.
Time for the Weber sauces and seasonings. Call to the pen. It is right-hander Justin Grimm making his 2017 debut. Condolences to Justin and his family. His grandfather passed away recently, so he was away from the club on opening night to be back home for the funeral. And he'll try to get this final out here in the sixth, facing Hernan Perez. Aguilar the runner at first. 1-1. Swing and a miss on the curveball. It's probably his best pitch.
Yeah, he throws that power curve, low 80s, 83, 84 miles an hour, very sharp, downward breaking curve ball. Up a couple of times in St. Louis, but not into the ball game on either occasion. So with his appearance now, everybody in the bullpen has pitched at least once.
Okay, so you're the batter here. First 2 pitches from the new guy. Curveballs for strikes. So you're going, okay, now what? So working backwards.
Now you just get defensive. You're just trying to fight it off.
Punched out into shallow center. Oh, look out! Oh no! Baez and Hayward down. Aguilar is going to try to score. No, he's stopped by Cedar. And Javier Baez took the worst of that, and it just was
okay. Oof, man, that's scary.
Hit in the worst possible place. Joe heading out there. PJ Mainville, the Cubs head athletic trainer, already out to check on Baez.
Yeah, well, maybe not as okay as he first indicated. He gave a thumbs up like he was okay, but he may have taken a knee to the head. Yeah, this is one of those where neither guy can really make a commitment and run the other one off because nobody's sure they're going to be able to make a play on that ball. On the hip to the head. Scary, but it looks like all the parts are working. Man.
What did Kyle just say? You made him laugh. Probably said to Javi, we got to just get through the first week without a collision out here. And is Joe going to let him stay?
He doesn't want to lose his defense at this stage of the ball game, so he's going to talk to him for a while. And had Aguilar gone to second base on that throw home after his base hit, he would have scored. Looks like they're going to be cautious here and get him out of the ball game.
I think that's the right play. But as you said, the fact he got up under his own power, that's great news. So the drill normally, right, is one guy goes down and the other guy stays on his feet, but they both went down for the ball.
Yeah, ideally, you know, a lot of clubs will talk about one go low, one stay high. But that was just not the perfect spot, but the worst possible spot in between Baez and Hayward.
So Jay will go to center, it looks like. Hayward will go to right, Zobrist to second. So the Brewers have runners at second and third with 2 outs. It's amazing Hayward didn't get badly injured.
Yeah, I'd imagine both guys are going to wake up a little sore tomorrow.
Yeah, the adrenaline's going now, but I agree with you. I think as time goes on, I'd start to feel some things that they don't feel right now. Here's the catcher Pena, second and third, tie ball game. Down the right field line and out of play.
A little extra pressure on Contreras with that sharp curveball that Grimm likes to bury down in the dirt.
First 2 guys of the inning made outs on lineouts. Santana to short, Braun to right. Shaw singled into second on a wild pitch. Aguilar knocked him in, and Grimm replaced Anderson. Perez singled. So this is 100% a 2-out rally for Milwaukee.
So do you try to bury that breaking pitch right here? Contreras, whatever he called for, he wants to talk it over with Grimm. A couple of years ago, Justin took a big step forward, and it was all about the ability to command the fastball down and away to right-handed hitters. When the Cubs first got him, he didn't really do that with regularity. A couple seasons ago, he was pretty consistent, being able to throw that pitch. A great compliment with that power curveball.
Schwarber's got it. 3 2-out hits. Scary collision in the outfield, and it's 1-1 after 6.
Miller Lite game report, and probably a lot of Miller Lites being had tonight in honor of National Beer Day. And of course, before the game, I figured why not ask Joe Maddon if he had a chance, with whom anyone would he share a beer with? And here's what he had to say.
I've always thought Mark Twain would be kind of a cool dude to have a beer with. I've always thought that. I don't think that Branch Rickey drank, so it'd be hard to have a beer with Mr. Rickey. Yeah, I'd say a more contemporary method I would be Pat Conroy.
You know how Joe likes to expand his mind there with the authors, but here are some popular songs about beer. I think there's a Tear in My Beer by Hank Williams. Got to be a lot of people's favorites. And I know I added the Toby Keith one, guys. Beer for my horses. But what about you? National Beer Day songs, favorites?
Beer Barrel Polka?
Yeah, here in Milwaukee, you got to have the Beer Barrel Polka.
Yeah.
In Heaven, There Is No Beer.
Anything by the Replacements is good, though. I'm in on that. This is Jacob Barnes.
Busy man. He's worked twice already. Good heater, mid-90s, slider. He'll cut his fastball.
Tommy LaStella batting for Grimm. Tie game, 7th inning. And that's right where that collision occurred. 1-1 on LaStella. Tommy, 28 years old. Former Atlanta Brave. Third year with the Cubs.
Good guy coming off that bench late. Good patient approach at the plate. He handles velocity. See a whole lot of that late in ball games, obviously.
Lead-off walk. Good start.
That's a fine in Kangaroo Court there. Issue a leadoff walk, 7th inning or later. That's how the last inning started. Cubs couldn't do anything with it.
First plate appearance for Jay, who just entered the game. In center, 3 reaches yesterday. RBI, walk and a run. And the Cubs come from behind win in St. Louis.
Had intentions there, pulling that ball through the hole on the right side.
Jay fouled it off himself. Giants are 1-4 to start the year. Top 3 of 4 in Arizona, and lost earlier today 7-6 in San Diego. Driven to center. Perez makes the catch.
I didn't see where Perez was positioned prior to that pitch, but most of the night he's been playing a fairly deep center field. Jay does not hit for a lot of power. You can see them playing a little deeper with a go-ahead run on first base at this stage of the ball game. Shortened up a little bit, playing him towards left center, but he got a pretty good read on that ball. There was a lot of air under it.
By the way, Schwarber's knee injury last year was on April 7th. Kind of weird, huh? We are hopeful. And Javier Baez is fine and just had to leave due to precautionary measures. One and one.
A lot of games won or lost in the 7th inning. Most teams' bullpens pretty good at shutting you down the final 6 outs.
Craig Counsell, I'm sure, very pleased with what he got from his starter Nelson. There's veteran right-hander Carlos Torres. 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 run allowed by Nelson. Stella at first. Pitch. 2-2. Barnes was happy to hit the reset button after spring training in which he gave up 18 hits and 14 runs in 9 innings. But, long forgotten by now. Bounce to first. They get one. They get them both. 3-6-3 inning ender. And we'll stretch in Milwaukee. It's a 1-1 tie.
Connected to the game's best players all season long with game day live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today. It's your #1 app for live baseball.
42-year-old right-hander Koji Uehara, who celebrated a birthday on Monday. Tuesday night, he became the 4th pitcher since 1913 to pitch for the Cubs at age 42 or older. and the first since Hoyt Wilhelm in 1970. Wilhelm was
knuckleballer.
48 at that time.
Yeah, I think Hoyt pitched in his age 49 season, if I'm not mistaken. Koji, he just keeps clipping along though, man. He's been good so far. A couple of outings in a Cub uniform. Signed in December after 4 seasons with Boston. Coming into this season, he had a 0.86 whip, walks plus hits per innings pitched. That's the lowest mark in Major League history among pitchers with at least 400 innings. And his strikeout to walk ratio is the best in Major League history for pitchers with at least 400 innings pitched. So he's done some pretty remarkable things.
Garcia then a pinch hitter. He pitched 10 years in Japan, and his goal is to get to 10 here in the States, so it would be this year and next.
An outstanding split finger pitch. He's got deception on a 4-seam fastball. You see guys swing right through it. That one was 86 miles per hour.
On the corner, according to Jeff Nelson.
Eventually on the corner. Wilson dragged it there.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Little invisible at 87.
You see these hitters. You see it with Arcia looking out with a sense of bewilderment, like, how did I miss that?
This is Kurt Neuenhuis. If I asked you to spell his last name without looking, would you get it?
No, I don't think so.
Not by now. We've been in the league a bit.
Yeah, but
how long did it take you for Samardzija?
I don't try is the problem. If you look at my score sheet, there's an N and there's just a bunch of random marks. Samardzija still no.
Yeah, he had a big year against the Cubs last year. No doubt.
If they only knew how to get him out. See, that's good work down there in the truck. We're going way up. Koji can make that pitch.
So 5 of his 13 homers last year were versus the Cubs.
So cool back down. That's a pitch. That's a good pitch. Man.
Pitch number 4 looked pretty good.
Yeah, look where he set up and boom, perfect pitch.
It's the CCR pitch down on the corner. Line shot. John Jay leaves his feet, makes the catch. Nicely done.
We haven't seen Jay play a ton. We saw him obviously in his time with St. Louis. The advanced metrics don't give him high praise, but I've seen him play. He's a good outfield. He had a stretch a few years back. He set a record 245 consecutive errorless games in center field. 2011 into the 2013 season.
There's BR. Strike 1.
This guy's dangerous late in the game because he has extra base power and he can also work his way around the bases with his legs if he gets on. Joe likes Uehara against lefties because of that split finger pitch.
That was it right there. It doesn't take much time between pitches. Hector Rondon. A nice outing yesterday. Foul tip, strike 3. Uehara mows him down. We go to the 8th. Bryant, Rizzo, and then the guy who has supplied the 1 Cubs run tonight, Ben Zobrist, coming up.
Just taking public transportation. They offer a free bike check to the Cubs. That's located by the Addison Red Line station. And if you drive your car, the Cubs provide free remote parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games. For information, we encourage you to visit the A to Z guide at Cubs.com.
Got some new seats coming in as a result of the bullpens moving to under the bleachers. Ballpark's going to be jumping next week. Dodgers and Cubs to open the Wrigley Field schedule. I feel like the forecast I've been looking at is getting slightly better by the day for early next week. Carlos Torres in for the Brewers. 1-0 the count on Chris Bryant.
Second season in a Brewer uniform. Prior to that, he had been in Met for 3 seasons. There's a lot of cut fastballs.
Kansas State product.
Cutter sliding across the strike zone. One of the holdovers has been a fair amount of turnover in their bullpen. The Fresh Prince, Will Smith gone, Jeremy Jeffress. You mentioned the Tyler Thornburg deal to Boston.
Well, K-Rod wasn't here last year, but before that he was. So yeah, some changes. All right, Cub fan with the grab. Torres is with Team Mexico in the WBC. Fly ball to right. Easy play, Santana. Anthony Rizzo is the National League leader in home runs since 2013 with 118.
Oh, hit him. I believe.
That'll happen
Yeah, we've seen
occasionally.
it happen, yeah. Maybe this time it did, but it looked like it might have. That's that cutter again. Because of that, Torres has been pretty good against lefties. Do a whole lot of slugging against them. He's able to move that ball in on their hands. Rush that back leg on the way by.
Yep, no question. But that's a strike if you swing at it. Eighth inning. Cubs got their run in the second. And a Zobrist homer. He's on deck. Brewers tied it in the sixth.
Anthony's been remarkably consistent. 32 home runs last year, 31 the year before that. 2014 he hit 32. He only played 140 ball games in 2014. On base plus slugging numbers almost identical in each of those 3 seasons.
How did he make contact there? Almost didn't make our pitch tracks graphic.
He'll go into 2-strike mode and just try to be real short and real quick.
That's where Jim Edmonds used to like it. High, high. And he gets him. For out number 2. A hefty home run, courtesy Ben Zobrist, leading off the second. Not much doubt about it. Love how he just sets the bat down very calmly.
Yeah, act like you've been there before.
Called strike. Two strikes on Ben Zobrist.
Remember too many games like this in this ballpark. Good hitter's ballpark. Ball carries well here. Hitters, for the most part, seem to like the hitting background. There's some funky angles in the outfield that will yield some doubles and triples.
Ian Happ with a home run tonight in the AAA Iowa Cubs win. So they have started their season 2-0. It's in Oklahoma City. Another 0-2. Swing and a miss on a high one. Cubs go quietly in the 8th. Still a 1-1 ball game. Hector Rondon, fresh off a 7-pitch debut yesterday in St. Louis.
So we take a look back at the matchup last season. The Cubs have been really dominant over the Brewers for a couple of years, and then toward the end of last year, Milwaukee won 5 of the final 6 ball games. This is game 1 of 19 between these two clubs this year. Hard throwing Hector's got 2, 3, and 4 to deal with.
Working from the stretch. We've seen him at times go from the windup with nobody on. Ball 1 on Santana. Nice play, Russell. The throw, and plenty of time. Makes those tough ones look easy.
Third time Santana has hit it in his direction tonight. I want to adopt a plan B. Yeah, well, he goes both directions so well. Up the middle, in the hole, quick feet, able to get to his feet. He is so athletic.
That's the part of it that he makes look really easy and isn't, is just leaving his feet and then quickly getting back to his feet. Especially with that loose sod tonight.
Good pitch. Sometimes he has a tendency to overpower that slider. That time he stayed on top, got good downward tilt. That's 4 out of 10 with a home run in his career against Hector.
Ron is here for the long haul. Unless they can find a trade partner to his liking. He is signed through 2020 with a mutual option for 2021. Awkward swing, strike 3.
Goes into Yogi Berra mode there. Pretty ugly AB for Braun.
Shaw started that rally in the 6th with a single. Advanced to second on a wild pitch, scored on the Aguilar hit. Open stance on the left side as he takes the heater off the corner. Apply for an all-digital, no-fee loan now at eclicklending.com. eClick is located right here in Chicagoland, rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. eClick Lending. Boom! Your mortgage just happened. That's a strike. Three and one.
Just a good heater, outer third and down.
Tali Feliz from the bullpen. Shaw draws a walk with 2 outs. Bryce Harper, Daniel Murphy, Jason Worth, all homered today for the Nationals in their 7-6 win at Philadelphia. Scherzer went into the 7th. Actually, when he left the game, they had a 6-run lead. More bullpen issues.
Cardinals were shut out by the Reds tonight, 2-0. Amir Garrett making his major league debut with 6 scoreless for Cincinnati. Cardinals with just 2 hits in the ball game.
Well, Schwarber though runs it down. Let's go to the 9th. Still tied. It's 1-1. Is Javier Baez has a left eye contusion. So all in all, that's a pretty good report, and hopefully that is it. Torres back out for the 9th. Swinging strike on Russell.
He went 1-2-3 in the 8th with a couple of strikeouts.
Hayward and Contreras also for the Cubs this inning. Up and in. Hopped into center. Perez one away. Cubs without a hit since the 5th inning. Chris Bryant's infield single.
Now leadoff walk in the 6th, leadoff walk in the 7th. Those are the only base runners they've had since the 5th. Brett Anderson tonight in his Cubs debut was good. He went 5 2/3, allowed 5 hits, 1 run. Walked a man, struck out 4.
Downstairs for ball 1. And Jason Hayward reached on an error, singled and was caught stealing, and then flied to left. He wears that C flap after Suffering a broken jaw a few years ago when he was with Atlanta. Hit by a pitch. The guy on the left is Wade Davis. He's a right-hander. The guy on the right is Mike Montgomery, and he's a lefty. The guy in the middle is Lester Strode, longtime Cubs bullpen coach.
Who's the other guy?
Not sure. I think his name is Jerry. Three and one.
All right, Jason. Your head out in front of this cutter. Cut it off. Tried.
Nice angle.
Yeah, he's quick out of the stool. Doesn't like to go to his backhand, I've noticed.
That stool was made in Blaine, Missouri.
Doubles mode, very deep in the outfield. Perez in particular in center.
Hit a ton, but out in front.
Kind of been the norm so far here. The tight ball game. The Cubs played 2 one-run games in St. Louis. Lost on opening night 4-3. 2-1 winners on Tuesday.
One out base runner on the walk. Here's Contreras. Yeah, we haven't had any laughers yet, but it's early. Keep an eye on Hayward, and Torres is doing the same.
Tried earlier in the ball game, back in the 4th. You made a real good throw to get him.
Mets got Zach Wheeler back on the mound. His first start since 2014. Not pitched particularly well. Marlins beat the Mets 7-2.
Earlier in the ball game, he's doing it now, and he throws the ball back to the pitcher, steps with the wrong foot. And I'm watching him earlier, I thought, well, maybe he has a hard time throwing to the bases, but he looked really good starting that 3-6-3 double play. Back in the 7th.
Yeah, you know, some guys have the thing where they can throw in certain situations, and you know, catchers having trouble throwing back to the mound. I wonder if that's a problem for Aguilar. Whatever works. Gary Jones gives the signs at third. Hayward takes his lead off first.
I feel a little weird for Torres to get booed in his own ballpark for throwing to first base.
Here's the 1-1. Bounce foul. Cubs are 500 team all time in this ballpark. 69 up, 69 down. Miguel Montero on deck. Like to get on a pitcher for throwing over to first. I don't think the booing really has an effect on whether or not Torres will do it again, but sometimes it's just fun to let it out.
I used to do it on purpose.
To get them to boo?
After if they boo me, I say, well, here you go, here's another one. Take this.
And a little too close to Contreras. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
It's interesting, though, the Cub fans booing has riled up the Brewer fans here. For a stretch of the ball game where there's virtually nothing going on, they're all worked up.
To third. They'll get 1, and that is all. So Contreras takes over for Hayward at first. Comes Craig Counsell before Montero bats. He's going to make a change. Looks like Phillies. So we'll set the scene, top of the ninth. 2 outs, runner at first. A 1-1 tie. Don't go anywhere. weekend set. Kyle Hendricks will make his season debut. Coverage starts at 5:30. Cubs pregame live is presented by Fields Auto Group. You can live stream on the NBC Sports app. Neftali Phillies will try to save a tie here in the ninth.
He stays in the division. Last year he was a Pittsburgh Pirate. This year he's pitched twice. He was a losing pitcher in the ball game yesterday. Gave up what proved to be a game-winning home run to Nolan Arenado. Former closer with the Rangers. He saved 40 for them one year.
Contreras, the runner at first. Montero, the pinch hitter, facing the 28-year-old Neftali Phillies. '28, but
yeah, been around a while.
Season.
Yeah, most baseball fans, if you asked them, they would have guessed 32, 33. A youngster when he came up. Had some bumps along the way. It's pretty good for Pittsburgh last year, though. He can still light up the radar gun.
1-1. Not a lot going for the Cubs offense aside from the Zobrist home run. 3 singles. Not a lot of grade A scoring chances, to use a hockey term. 2-2.
Yeah, I think they need to get more guys to the net. Leaves, as I mentioned, can throw hard, goes 96, 97. He's always had a good changeup, also a slider.
Contreras is a catcher, but he's got good wheels. That won't matter now as Montero strikes out. So the Cubs will try to push this game into extras as Mike Montgomery comes in 1-1. opening night in St. Louis. He tries to get this game into extras. 1-1 in the ninth.
And he gave up that game-winning hit to Randall Grichuk in St. Louis. Last time folks saw him prior to that was finishing off Game 7 of the World Series.
Guy got his first career save. Quite a fortunate time to get it. Perez, Pena, Arcia for Milwaukee.
Over last summer in a trade with the Seattle Mariners in a Cub uniform. He was 1-1 with a .282 ERA, pitched 17 times. 5 of those were starts. Good curveball. Backed up on him a little bit.
Ball 1. From the wine, the pitch. Another try. Missed again.
Cutter there. Which he backed off some after joining the Cubs. His curveball a little bit more, but that cutter's a good pitch in that situation. You're trying to throw a get over curveball and you can't find the zone a couple of times, so something with a little less break with some movement. He's a good player. One thing he doesn't do is walk much. Decision time for Wilson Contreras. The breaking ball so far, the curve balls from Montgomery have not been particularly sharp. And he's going to try to bounce one here. Point, if you're catching and you see guys having a hard time finishing that pitch, you might have to go away from it.
Well, looks like Perez is in swing mode at the moment. And he got it.
Nice comeback.
Get that low strike. Pena with a double in 3 trips. Swing and a miss.
Change up. It's a good mix of pitches that Montgomery possesses. Many feel like his future is ultimately to be part of a rotation.
Bouncer to the shortstop, Russell. He got it. 2 away. Garcia batting in the 8th position. There's 1 out of 3. So just 22 years old. And in the last year is their #1 prospect according to Baseball America, and the 8th best prospect in all of baseball. Made his major league debut last August.
Seems to be an abundance of these young shortstops floating around Major League Baseball.
A lot of good ones. Cubs have a couple of them. One doesn't play short a whole lot.
Yeah, traded one to the Yankees. Vladimir Torres. Kid's going to be a heck of a player. Lindor, Correa, Seager.
Aforementioned Keon Broxton was briefly in the on-deck circle, but now it's Jet Bandy. It's Brent Suter, left-hander, up in the home bullpen. 2-2 for Montgomery, swing and a miss, and we're going to extra innings for the first time this season. 1-1 after 9. Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side.
Well, we head to the 10th. And that's left-hander Brent Suter on for the Brewers. Appeared in a handful of ball games for them last year. So far this season, 1 appearance, 2 innings of work. 14 times actually pitched for Milwaukee last year, including a couple of starts. A finesse type left-hander, doesn't throw hard at all. Mid to upper 80s fastball. More of a pitch to contact guy, you would assume. Slide ball and a changeup.
1 strike to John Jay. That's low. taking much time between pitches. Punched foul. Still 2-2 on Jay.
Yeah, I guess it's like if you think of it in terms of basketball, if you're the pitcher on the attack, you don't allow the hitter time to set up his defense. Kind of like a fast break. The hitter get comfortable. Jay's been good against southpaws throughout his career.
Base hit. Leadoff man aboard.
Also a good high ball hitter.
Kyle Schwarber digs in. He is hitless in 4 plate appearances. Get into a double play his last time up.
Kind of funky.
I don't know if you referenced it, but Brent Suter, born in Chicago, went to Moeller High School in Cincinnati.
That's the football powerhouse. Turned out some pretty good baseball players too, right? Didn't Griffey Jr., Barry Larkin,
all the bells.
They're grinders.
Shooter, an Ivy Leaguer, Harvard University. Jared Hughes. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right, squat thrust. Ready, begin.
3-0. Looks like Suter doesn't want anything to do with Schwarber.
Maybe saw highlights from yesterday's game. That was off the lefty Cecil.
17 regular season homers, 3 off lefties. His previous 4 regular season homers, including that one yesterday, on the first pitch of an at bat. 3-1. Not a big lead by Jay. The pitch, strike 2. Suter has the sign. Here it is. He got it. Wow. Comes all the way back. Strikes out Schwarber.
Yeah, and I think that swing somewhat influenced by the night that Kyle has had. 0 for 4, punched out his first 2 times up, grounded into that double play. It's hard not to press, to get out of your game a little bit to try to do something heroic. And he went after a bad one. Nowhere close to where Suter wanted to throw that ball, but he got away with it.
Double switch for Craig Counsell. Looks like Jared Hughes and Keon Broxton. So runner at first, 1 out. And here comes Jared Hughes. Run, Forrest, run! 1-1. come off the bench here in extra innings.
Yeah, good for him. And into the ball game from the bullpen is former Pirate Jared Hughes. Just joined the Brewers, recently released by Pittsburgh. Yeah, nice run there. He was a workhorse in that bullpen for a number of years. He appeared in 67 games last year for Pittsburgh, 76 the year before. High energy guy. Pitch to contact, sinker, sliders. Gets a lot of ground balls.
So Jay at first, one away. Hughes will check on it.
Hughes, the guy you can get that double play, but Bryant, pretty good low ball hitter too. Pretty adept at getting that low ball in the air.
Hughes stays in the division after being cut loose by the Pirates. Bryant requests and is granted time. Toss to first.
Jay's not a base stealer.
Pretty good lead. Hughes is really holding the ball just long enough where Chris is on the verge of asking for time, and he doesn't, and he just looks out of rhythm. And that's the idea if you're Jared Hughes. Make that batter feel uncomfortable. Stretch version of the quick pitch. Got to be careful though. The runner on base got to come set. 1-2.
Yeah, you made a good point because we talk so much about pitchers trying to upset the timing of the base runner by varying their tempo, holding it a little bit longer on one pitch, going a little bit quicker on the next. But it really is an issue for the hitters too, and some pitchers are really good at that, just being mindful of changing their rhythm so the hitter doesn't just kind of settle in and time you up. Challenge, of course, is sometimes it's difficult to execute the pitch too if you hold the ball a long time.
Right. The pause is rather pregnant. It's like that extra beat where you're like, Okay, now. Now.
Yeah, and as a hitter, you can only maintain peak focus for a short amount of time.
Well, he's thrown 5 pitches. It's been about 5 minutes. Another foul. We'll try it again. Starters long gone. Nelson with 6. Anderson with 5 2/3. Both pitched well.
He's got his first hit of the year back in the 5th. Now looking for some damage. Good take.
Rizzo on deck. Jay single to start the inning. Schwarber struck out. 2-2 on Bryant. Hughes home. Full count, 3-2 on Bryant. You send Jay here.
Well, you got a ground ball pitcher. JB's pretty good at not expanding in most situations. I would.
There he goes.
Biggest fear is a strikeout, throw out, double play, but Hughes is not, he's got good stuff, but he doesn't get a lot of swings and misses. If he gets Chris to chase a slider way off the plate, that's a pitch that Jay might be able to steal the bag on anyway.
Jay running. Ball 4. About a 10-pitch walk.
Yeah, it's so good at not letting the moment get the best of him. See it all the time from Chris. Doesn't get overly anxious.
Well, you've got Hughes 6'7", 240 against Rizzo 6'3", 240.
He sees him pretty well. He's 5 out of 13 against him with a home run. He also walked 3 times.
Kick the 1-0 pitch. 1-1.
Well, selling out there on 1-0. Why not? You got a couple more to play with.
Cubs were 9-4 last year in extras. 2-1. Look at all the splits last year. They're all good. Games that ended in regulation, they were 40 over 500. Actually only went 22 and 23 in one-run games. That tends to be a random stat year to year. 2-2.
Right, that's that stat that people are always trying to attribute a certain team character to. They never give up. They always battle. They win the close ones. Not so much.
I like the teams that just win the most.
Right. If you have a big year in that regard one year, you're due for regression the next.
Yep. 2-2 outside, full count. Ben Zobrist is on deck. Look at the runner Jay and that inside move just to keep him honest. He didn't have much of a lead. Base running situation keeps the Brewers pretty honest in terms of the shift. There really isn't one. You see Arcia playing in Jay's back pocket. Gets away on ball 4. Bases loaded. So Hughes has walked Bryant and Rizzo. And Derek Johnson, the pitching coach, will head out. The bullpen is quiet. So it will be Hughes against Zobrist.
Well, the Cubs have a one-run tonight, and this is how they got it. Ben Zobrist leading out the second inning. Jimmy Nelson made a mistake over the middle of the plate. Nelson was good. His stuff was really good. He got away early on in the ballgame, I thought, in terms of just command. Wasn't particularly sharp, but his stuff was good enough where he got away with it.
Six career grand slams for Ben Zobrist, but the Cubs don't need a home run here. They need a run. Quarter men in, double play depth in the middle. The pitch is a strike. He's really got to go to work. Contact paramount in this spot.
Not a whole lot of panic with Ben Zobrist. Very calm regardless of the situation.
They'll try to turn it. They get one. They get two. So Hughes walks a couple, but makes the biggest pitch of the night for the Brewers. So the Cubs can't score after loading the bases, and we'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Still 1-1. Jared Hughes got the ground ball right at his second baseman. VR and Arcia able to turn the double play. Ian Broxton will lead it off against Mike Montgomery.
Broxton in the 9th spot in the batting order. It'll be Broxton, VR, Santana here. Broxton, a very patient hitter, takes a lot of walks. He also strikes out a bunch. He has speed. He has power.
So he's had a tough go of it lately. The hit by pitch yesterday. Remember how his season ended last year? Mid-September at Wrigley. Made that great catch on the warning track.
Oh, yeah.
Broke his wrist, ramming into the brick wall.
At 75 games with the Brewers last year, 207 at-bats.
Well, I like that changeup.
Yeah. Got an outstanding feel for that pitch here tonight.
Curve strike. You can see a starting pitcher in there, can't you?
Oh, absolutely.
He's got the repertoire, and he will probably get that opportunity at some point. But for now, serving a very valuable purpose in the Cubs bullpen. Called strike 3. Nasty.
Buckled his knees. When he first came into the ball game, he was having a hard time finishing that breaking pitch, but he got the feel now. He wobbled him.
So VR, switch batter, batting right-handed.
Have to respect his speed. Can't rule out a little push bunt. Bryant guarding the line at third.
Russell calling.
Ooh.
Late adjustment to make the catch.
It's funny, as I was driving up here today, I had a premonition of extra innings.
Well, your gut feeling was correct.
It's been a pitcher's night here tonight. It's 11 hits total for these two clubs.
Russell's got it. Dug out by Rizzo. Let's go to the 11th. Cubs 1, Brewers 1. Cubs are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Len and JD and our CSN crew here in Milwaukee. 1-1, 11th inning. Wanted to mention the Cubs clarified the Javier Baez injury. The contusion is just above his left eye. The eye itself is not contused. And if you missed it earlier, Baez had what appeared to be a very scary collision with Jason Hayward in the bottom of the 6th inning and had to leave, but he walked off under his own power as Russell fouls one off his leg. I was worried about his neck.
Such an awkward position when he took the hit.
Yeah, so pointing just above that left eye. Hughes to Russell, low, 1-1. The 2-1. Line shot, base hit. Second consecutive inning the Cubs have had the leadoff man on base.
This is a situation where you may see Joe Madden play a little run and hit. Oh my.
Nice play, Aguilar. Double play.
Wow.
3-6-3. Another really hard hit grounder. Hayward hit one past the shortstop back in the 4th inning. At 108 off the bat. Just like that, 2 outs.
Second 3-6-3 double play they have turned tonight.
So base is empty. Here's Contreras. Low, ball 1.
Hughes has got to be feeling like he's leading a bit of a charmed life here tonight. Comes in, issues a couple of walks, then gets a double play ball. 2 really well hit balls in this inning, and he's got 2 outs and nobody on.
Well, Aguilar with that base running miscue earlier may have cost the Brewers a run, but he's made a couple of really nice defensive plays. Starting 3-6-3 twin killings. Didn't mean to. Hughes off the mound pretty quickly, and that's that. So the Cubs have not been able to convert these last 2 innings after getting that leadoff hitter on base. Still tied. I'd like to see Ryan Braun come up. A big spot late against the Cubs. Career .336 hitter, 29 homers against the Cubs and 137 career games. But Mike Montgomery starts his third inning of work, going old school tonight.
Yeah, he's been solid. The entire bullpen has been rock solid here tonight. Braun 0 for 3. He walked first time up, grounded to short, lined to right, punched out. Strikeout came against Hector Rondon back in the 8th. A really bad AB, ended up swinging at a fastball way up and in.
Outside corner for a strike. One 11th inning. Hendricks and Malone tomorrow evening. Foul ball. NL Central heavy for the Cubs beginning the season. 18 of their first 21 games scheduled against their own division. The only non-divisional games in this stretch will be this upcoming series against the Dodgers. Is outside.
A good changeup tonight.
Just ladled out in the right. Perfectly placed by Braun.
The hands back. It's a pretty good swing on a pretty good pitch.
That'll bring up Shaw. 1 for 3. A walk and a run. Good pitch for him. Going back. Carlos Subero, the first base coach, assisting. Back now in. Braun tagging, but he's going to hold it first. Nice work by Schwarber, knowing that Braun might try to tag. It brings up Aguilar. 2 out of 4 with a run knocked in. That makes him 7 out of 11 to start the season.
He's had a nice night. A couple outstanding fielding plays as well. Just one base running mistake. It has proven costly. His inability to go to second base after his RBI single cost the Brewers a run.
Inside. This potentially could be the kind of night that would force a team to make a roster move in the bullpen for tomorrow. Although the relievers we've seen to this point, Grimm, Uehara, Rondon, they didn't have to throw a lot of pitches. Montgomery, on the other hand,
he'll be down for a couple of days.
Yeah. Now he's the only lefty in the bullpen, but I think Joe would feel uncomfortable using Uehara and Justin Grimm in possible matchup spots against lefties. The 3-1, ball 4. So the winning run is now at second, and it's going to be Jet Bandy. This is Montgomery's game right now. Chris Bosio will make a visit.
I'm going to deliver the scouting report on Jet Bandy. I'm pretty sure it was a character on the Johnny Quest cartoon.
You might be right.
Yeah.
So Brewers have had a Sal Bando and now a Jet Bandy. Hey, that card looks pristine compared to spring training.
Brewers got Jet Bandy from the Angels in exchange for Martin Maldonado. He's been the backup catcher here for a while, and right-handed pitcher Drew Gagnon.
Contreras kept it in front of him.
And he batted .234 for the Angels last year. He had 8 home runs and 209 at bats.
Before the Brewers acquired him, I would imagine his name was bandied about. Fans must have heard my joke.
They don't want to hear puns at this hour of the night.
1-0, pulled foul. Look out, Ed Cedar.
Play by the ball girl. Everybody's got their A game here tonight. For that double play ball. How about a little curveball? A little backdoor curveball. To Hopper to short.
One swing and a miss. 1-2.
Cutter.
Yeah, that's the time of night when you just take that zipper and just back and forth.
Brewers still have Eric Thames and Nick Franklin on the bench. Thames a left-handed hitter. Franklin's a switch hitter. Cubs have Caesar and Almora still on the bench.
Two men on, one out. Good play by Contreras just to keep that ball in front of him.
Yeah, he's rather nimble back there. Maybe a little bit fortunate that time.
But he hit a shin guard to start that pinball action.
One issue I have with Wilson, I still feel like he's a little too aggressive with his setup sometimes. Like when he wants the outside corner, he slides too far out. It just can be a little disconcerting for a pitcher.
So Counsell has a decision to make. Whether or not he wants to send the runners on 3-2 with one away. Discusses things with Pat Murphy, bench coach
and former college coach at Notre Dame when Craig played there. Murphy in the college game a long time.
Runners not going. Oh, he hit him. So they're loaded. Would have been ball 4, and actually I think fortunate he hit him. If it hadn't hit him, you never know. That ball rattles around behind home plate, and Braun might try to score. Well, Joe will do some defensive aligning
extra
here.
Infielder, perhaps. We're just going to tighten everybody up. Trading gloves.
So they're going to put Schwarber at first. And Rizzo will play Rover.
Jay and Hayward looking in to see where they're supposed to be positioned.
So Jay center, left center, Hayward right, everybody else on the infield. Fouled away by Pena.
Yeah, the league clarified that rule at times last year where Anthony would move into the kind of shallow second base position and Ben Zobrist would move over to first. And there was some debate as to whether he could do that with his first baseman's mitt, so they've clarified that rule, and the guy closest to the bag has to be wearing the mitt.
That swing had the look of a guy just trying to make contact. Almost a two-strike swing. Now he has two strikes.
Yeah, which is really a pretty solid approach. Got the infield pulled in. Fly ball of medium depth should get the job done.
Montgomery steps off.
Yeah, and again, I think it was the look that he was presented with Wilson so far off the outside corner. The pitcher, it's just hard to make a quality pitch when you see that.
Bottom of the 11th, bases loaded, 1 out. A 5-man infield for the Cubs. Here's the pitch. It gets by. Braun trying to score. He will. And the Brewers win it on a wild pitch. 2-1 the final in 11. One hit in the inning to lead it off. Walk, hit, batter, wild pitch, helping Milwaukee beat the Cubs 2-1.
And kind of an ugly ending to a really well-pitched game. And Montgomery out there for the 3rd inning of work was really good until the very end, as was the rest of the bullpen.
Toast to the game presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. Ryan Braun got on base to lead off the inning and scores the winning run on the wild pitch. Binny's Beverage Depot is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. So that'll wrap things up from Milwaukee for JD and our entire CSN crew here at Miller Park. Len Casper with your final score once again. In 11, the Brewers 2. The Cubs 1. We're on CSN Plus. Tomorrow coverage starts at 5:30. Stay tuned. Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live is next.